quite enjoyable, to be honest. It's all about dampers, not sucking balls, for the most part. It's handling it a lot better than the Tatas, that's for sure. Yeah, I got dropped from the server and now I'm locking, which is interesting. I'm not quite sure what happened. I think this track leaves. Yeah, it's a stiff car. You know, I've forced it to be disabled, but I think it were enabled earlier for some reason. I mean, it's far from a perfect circle system, Jesus. But yeah, doing some work on the differential and dampers have made a huge difference. I'm just struggling nailing this bit once the tires come in. Like going quick through there, even with like a full-on downforce setup. The ass kinda wants to go in the dip, but it's less shit than it was. Oh, what the there's something horribly wrong here. This doesn't even resemble the thing I was just driving. Yeah, it was nothing like that. If you go look at the WODs, like I was sat there thinking, how am I not locking up more? I was just like stepping on it. Because something is different. Well, like when my game crashed and then I went back in and things were just weird. Fuck all if I know what's up. But that's fine. Maybe it's just like a culture shock when I got back in even. I did change some stuff though, pertaining to things. What the fuck was it? Yeah. I only remember I'm riding the bump slot now compared. Yeah, what was the fix? Ha! Yeah. I didn't change anything massive. I'm just gonna ride. Oh yeah, I changed the brake bias a fuck ton, didn't I? Let's put it back, see what happens. Oh, that's a little bit loud engine, or I don't know. Let me know if my mix is bad. I never check those things. Oh, very nice. Is it like drowning out things loud or just preference loud? My preference is to actually hear the music, but I'm not listening, so that shouldn't really matter. Huh, that's crazy. Okay, so the engine compared to my voice, can I like increase the engine and you'll be happy? Yeah. Okay, so if I increase the audio of the engine, now it's ridiculously loud on the bar. Am I still... game. Okay, I will do things. So this, I believe, was set to 10, and then, so if I talk and I floor it, and then the music is happy. Yeah, no, I'm a stickler for making things less shit, so yeah, no, it is important that you can hear me. The engine isn't just a faint noise. That is the worst kind of fucking stream, where people just like have no sound from the engine. I instantly tune out when that is the case. Yeah, no, I just can't be arsed. If people will complain, then they complain. I adjust based on what I remember from the last time I reviewed. Plus that, I really don't give a shit. So long it's vaguely balanced, it's fine. Yeah, no, no, ducking, nope, sidechaining, nope, nope, that is sin. It is cheating, it is wrong, people should be hanged for less. Cheating. Lazy, sounds bad, frustrating, inconsistent. I think my issue was the brake balance. Now it's happy again. Like I'm locking, but it's not like unbalanced locking. Yeah. Farts are the best. Probably. Or less. It seems that the rear is... Oh yeah, more aggressive migration probably. Yeah. I am just like... to put it this way, I am so shit at breaking these cars. I don't even consider it a thing. I'll be like, okay, how can I not make the suspensions murder me? That is like where there's always most gain from me. Just being under threat from the wheels locking up. Oh yeah, fuck, I can barely fit one car in the corners, I mean... Well, if you're just winging it, I get it, then it's better to not. But if you're actually going by any data and not just like feel, there is so much time in dampers. Or less death at least, which also translates to time. We are so close. to having a stable flowing car. Yeah, no, that is why I rarely like. I trust certain makers, but it's just I've got to the point. The setup is like in ACC. The setup is not much, most of it anymore. I can like just bullshit a setup together by feel, and the difference to a meta setup will be minimal. Here it's like a skill issue, so it is equally unimportant. The only thing that matters is how can I make the car as not deadly as possible, and then anything that follows is just a bonus. And right now the main threat is basically getting on throttle and these bumps, but the bumps are mostly eliminated while not having the car bottomed out. This dip though is an absolute asshole, but it's getting there. Starting to yeah, that's the thing. If I force it in, the rear lets go. Even with a high level, high downforce setup. It's less the case now, but nah, I'm just vibing. I'm not stressing. Thank you for the alpha though. But the point of the exercise is to not, how do I say? I just wanna, you know, vibe. I'm vibe tuning right now. Just trying to understand the car. I'm trying to understand the track. Whatever that fucking means. Oh yeah, I'm just so fucking done stressing out. After low-key losing my shit biscuits, you know. Motek. My friend Motek. That is just a tiny section of the track though. Oh no, that was actually the last decently fast lap I did before crashing. And the dampers look like horseshit, but it is because I was just like, okay, I'm going into this. I know how dampers work. I know what does things. How far can I get simply by like feeling the car and remembering what happened leading up to the thing. And while yes, car become more stable, also became violently understeering. So yeah, no, fuck man, it takes like, you just download ACTI, unzip it, and you look at which version of Motek is included. It's this 1.0 release, but there has been released our updates for that version since, so you can go to Motek's webpage and download the current version that supports these Motek files. But that is not the newest. It is the latest of the same version that is already included in the zip. And then it's basically just firing up the ACTI app in game, setting it to automatically log. I mean, it takes less than 5 minutes, and then you just have full insights. I mean, this is ACTI, or ACTI. Ah god, yeah, there's nobody here. You open the app, you click the button, you tell it where Acti is on your machine, and then you say auto launch, and then Windows Firewall be like, hey man, can I transmit on localhost? And you're like, sure, go the fuck ahead, man. And then this thing, given that it actually managed to launch the application because path was correct. Yeah. Yeah, like... Woo! Yes. Well, like, there's so much, and there is not a much of it that matter. But dampers, like there's two things I use primarily at this stage in my ventures. I've modified the layout for the tire thingy a little bit, consolidated. So basically I have core temp, inner, outer, middle, and then the pressures. Front, left, right, rear, left, right, you know. And then you can click on laps to show specific laps, or you can hone in on smaller parts of the track by dragging that or clicking on a turn, and then you can scroll out with the scroll wheel. You know, like it's... Yeah, AC tire model is, let's say, it's not super complicated. But this is like the core tire temp. You can see that the inner, outer, middle temps, there are quite a lot of peaks and valleys, but the core remains more or less fucking fixed over a lap. It needs to be super cold for it to have a big swing to it. And also, like, the whole mechanics of the tire is weird, to be honest. But like, oh, you have hot tire, please increase pressure. Meanwhile, this fucking thing here is like, optimum is less, go less, and then tire temps go up because lower temps means hotter tire because more grip, but not to any reasonable extent. Oh yeah, it's just in general, I do not know what the deal is with this game and tires. It is so confusing. But also no ducts and stuff. Yeah, it's like... No, I think most of them just look at a lookup table, which allegedly is basically the deciding factor for how the tire is reacting to the environment. It is not like taking much... it's not taking workload much into account. It's just like, if force is this, then fuck the ambient, fuck the track, you know? The track and the track temp is more or less just like a how much do car slide variable. It doesn't really affect how the tire operates. I don't know. I've barely started getting into it, and I'm confused as shit, but it's fine. What is fun though, and this is where the money is. Like, oh yeah, there's so many things. Like, there's so many things, and this is just a default workbench. Yes. But the thing, my friend, that Motec is for is the suspensions. And also, I guess, the suspension travel, but like in right height or velocity of the damper or actual travel. I guess that would be chassis and rotation. And then we also have, I saw it earlier, was it our circuit? No. Brakes? No. Engine maybe? Probably somewhere? No. What the fuck? Is it under suspension? Camber, toe? For fuck's sakes, I saw it earlier. I'm not used to this workbench. This is just like the basic workbench that comes with ACTI to get you going. And I swear to God, I saw differential stuff earlier. Does not make sense that it should be here. Is it here? Wheel speed, torques, loadouts, dirt levels. That's probably what I... But yeah, the slip stuff you can use. But I mean, diff for me is like the one thing I just don't care about data much. It is more like application. Yeah, there's slip angles, but I mean, to me the diff is just like, okay, if you have 3 of them, you have entry. Yeah, depends on what you want. Like, it doesn't really help to trying to like start explaining things when there are fucking 3 of them. But I mean, it's like identifying at which point do you struggle, what is causing the struggle, and then adjusting the value that is responsible for compensating for not struggling. And it's like you have 3 values. You have high speed, you have transition to throttle, and you have transition from throttle to coast. So I mean, you don't really need data for that unless you're studying something over a long period of time, min-maxing shit, but just to get this car stable is just experimentation. What I'm trying to say though, before I distract myself, because like if I don't answer immediately, then I forget. Like this is like 90% of where Motec or engineers live, because dampers equals Uber. It is the be all and all, and these suck. Like it should look like a bell curve. In the real world, a bell curve which is slightly biased towards the rebound side, so you can see here, is preferable. Because like if the car stands, you want the car to stand up. Even distribution. Like what we are looking at here is essentially, this is like very small responses. Like say, okay, so basics. You have bump, you have rebound. Bump is when the suspension is getting compressed. Rebound is when the suspension is decompressing. You have low bump and low rebound, which is slow movements. And you have high and low, and that is fast movements, such as taking curbs or big changes in the road surface, like dips or just a rough bump that happens at high speed would be represented as fast, but the same bump at slow speeds would be represented as slow bump or low bump. So it's all about, there's a thing isn't just a thing, it depends on a lot of factors, but what matters is going fast and what these things looks like after a lap on average, or say through a section of the track. Like if we hone in on I don't know, let's say we just want to know what the fuck is going on in the sector where I struggle, which would be here. So we could do this, you know, and just look at what the fuck happens up to the point where I struggle. And here we can see, like, it doesn't, the rear goes because the rear isn't suspensioning, or the dampers isn't dampening at all. Like, it is biased towards bump, meaning it is resisting forces, meaning it's transferring all the forces to the rear wheel, which then explains why it just goes like, nah, fuck this shit, man, rear out, and then I go sliding. So what I need to do here clearly is drop the bump and let it do more rebound work, push against a bump. Otherwise you might as well not have a suspension or a damper based on what I'm seeing here now. But then again, this is a tiny sample size. It's difficult to tell. It's never going to look like a bell curve, but you can see trends. And also you need to balance it across the entire lap. And speaking of, like, the based on there being like it being a lot of activity over here means the suspension is or the damper is allowing the suspension overall to oscillate a lot when it's not really doing much. This is just basically the car driving in a straight line reacting to road surface, but ideally you want this to be this, then you have a stable car. And then this is basically the strength. As the closer you get to the center, it is how do I put it? So these are percentages. What this is representing is percentages of how much time the dampers spend in a given state. So the reason you want this part to be like an evil, like a tip, but inevitably in terms of the data it will always be the peak here, and then like a line and a line a little bit above, and then the next line like here should be ideal, and then this comes creeping up. That means that when you hit a bump, the damper is absorbing it through bump, and then it is pushing back against it via rebound, and you end up in a neutral state quickly, because if the rebound is too high it will push back and make the car like stand up more than it needs to, potentially causing the jump. Say you hit a bump in the road and there's too much rebound and the bump is soft, then the bump will absorb it. But if you have a very strong rebound, it will essentially, once you land, it'll just keep on bouncing, or at the point, if it is fast bump, when you hit the uneven part in the road, it will like just go and send you into the air, like exaggerated. So essentially what you just keep doing here is iterating on and comparing against the previous lap, or the previous recorded data, from what to see what happens here when you change things. So what this is telling me, I have too much bump on the rear, clearly. I have too little rebound, but also too much bump means that the suspension, the damper, isn't even allowed to rebound, because the bump is just resisting it, and essentially the tire becomes the damper. So that could also be why you are struggling with locking up a lot, because the car isn't diving, or it's not like it's not diving. There's no mechanical things absorbing the act of shedding momentum past literally the tires, and they get overworked very quickly. They are not meant to do that job. That is why we have dampers, you see. So, but on the flip side here, we see that like the front suspensions might be just too stiff, because it is just this thing here. So to bring this down, soften suspension, but problem with these cars, low ride height, high risk of bottoming out, not good, plank, very sad. So I'm guessing the cure here, and I'm speaking out of my ass now because I do not know how to tune dampers or anything on formulas. I'm just playing around. But I would assume that this is related to way too high third spring stuff. Like the car is too aggressively tuned. It's not allowed to dip or to dive with the nose under braking letting the suspensions or the dampers do their thing, because it's trying to basically resist the downforce. Because like the quicker you drive, the third spring is just like, something is pushing down on the car, I must resist. And then you get this shit. I don't know. I'm used to not having a third spring. This is foreign to me, but it is what it is. But yeah, so it's just like, okay, here I could definitely, like, if it's not third spring, I need more damp, I need less rebound, because more rebound means graph go down. Because it's like, it's just gonna like be pushing against. It is like opposite, it's like reverse bump. For a car to be able to bump, it must also be able to it must really be relaxed enough to rebound. It is a fine balance, and it is weird. And that's why we kind of like just make small changes, observe differences. It's like sometimes the opposite is what you the opposite is actually the solution. The opposite to what you expect is actually the solution. But yeah, the core thing to know here, the core takeaway is essentially this is fast, this is fast, this is slow. In here it's called low and high. And then it's the averages of the two, which is not really represented anywhere. And the thing to look for or to tune for is you want the low to be slightly higher than the low bump to be slightly lower on average than the high bump, the low rebound. Because that means the suspension is actually allowing forces to act upon it, and then it counters those forces, but not excessively. And then the same is true for the fast stuff. And it's just knowing the difference between, okay, fast stuff is very sudden changes in travel on the suspension. Low is just not. It is basically just a road surface. Or, yeah, it is small variations, not high impact forces. And then, to be in complete harmony, and this is where it starts getting fucky, is that the results of these averages and these averages reflecting in the average of the averages being slightly biased towards the rebound. So it's just making sure that this number a little bit higher than that number a little bit higher than that, lower than that number. This number a little bit higher than that number. And then you end up with likely something that looks akin to this, but also not necessarily, and that's where the tuning aspect of it comes in, like micromanaging it, because you can have good numbers but thing that looks like an arrow or a hand which is showing you the finger. Or this could actually be even, like this is 31, this is 28, but for the sake of the argument, let's say this was ideal. That would be because this and this has a greater distance than this and this. So then we would have to look at why that is, you know? And it is typically related to these, because relaxing this bit means this bit tends to come up, because it is basically resisting, so it's all about bump. Or it's basically not standing back up, so it ends up being all about bump, but also increasing bump has a tendency of dropping this, and increasing bump has a tendency of raising this. So it's like, it is a fascinating relationship to manage. But there's fucking no wonder I'm losing the rear looking at this in hindsight. But I don't know if this data is even remotely representative of what is currently loaded following the crash, so I will stop ranting and do some laps. But yeah, to put it this way, Motec, unless you're like a giga-educated race engineer type, most of your time is spent here and in whatever you end up setting up for yourself for tires. These are the two most important things. Everything else, of course, like on the engine, there's fun things such as the gearing maps. This is horrible, but yeah, like right here you could tell at which point do I lose power. At which point is it not worth revving the engine anymore and just shifting? And is it worth losing a little bit of power in favor of shifting down to an RPM which delivers more torque in any given situation, and so on? There's so much you can extrapolate from the data that is being recorded, but I mean, it can also drive you insane. So I would recommend the best way to get into Motec is via the suspensions, because that is where most of it is. If you have dampers that fits your driving style and causes the car to react in ways which you can predict and deal with, you will ultimately be faster than not. Sure, you can adapt to anything, but good dampers, it is the be-all end-all. It also improves tire life, because the tires aren't acting as dampers, meaning you can go faster on average for longer. It is really nice. But for some people it's more important to drive like ultra meme dampers and have a shit tire towards the end of the stint, and it is funny to me. But anyway, I digress. Let's see. I'm gonna have a drink and then do enough laps to get the tires up to temp, and then try to balance the tires and balance the dampers. What happened to music? I have listened to 3 hours of music. That is a lot of music. Okay, so anywho, am I still live? It says OBS has crashed. It would be fucking hilarious if I sat here ranting about dampers for fucking an eternity, and then OBS has shut itself. Let's see. Nope, seems I'm live. Nope, seems I'm live. Yep, I'm very much live. Okay, well, I'll go away, error. You don't exist. So, let's suffer. Oh, what the this is what happened earlier, I think. No, it's not. But I will save just in case. Yeah, this is weird. I think this track is broken, to be honest. Okay, I'll just keep going. Okay, cold tires, no grip, no grip, no grip. You can see like how wobbly the car is. It's not absorbing and standing back up. It just keeps having to deal with ongoing bumpy. Because the tires are doing all the work. Because I have no rebound on the rear essentially. And as we know, tires go boing, boing, boing. They are very bouncy. They are not made to produce a proportional response to an impact. They just absorb, and then the air inside the tire just is like, oh, I have nowhere to go. And then the tire expands and it yeets itself into the air. And that is why dampers are dampening. Physics. Very, very predictable in many ways. Oh, yeah, there you see the thing there. There was a bump, but then there was no response from the suspension at all. So the tire became the sole arbiter of what happens next. And the tire will give, because that's what tires do when they are stressed. You know? So that is the problem we just saw in the graph, where it is all bump and then nothing, no response is produced from it past that. Ah, come on. Anti-stall, be my friend. But I need more heat in the tires. That much is for certain. Oh no, they are too cold on top. Of everything, which adds to the slippiness. Whoops, esports. Feed the suspension, no, feed the throttle a little bit to produce the downforce. That there was also typically a thing where there's not enough rebound to push the tire back into the ground when the suspension has basically absorbed the thing. And then the wheel spins up and then grip ends up getting fully restored, but at that point the tire is already running faster, or the wheel rate is higher than our actual forward momentum, and then we get a drift. So it'll be fun to see what happens when we either reduce the amount of the bump value or increase the rebound value. One of those will likely be superior. But first, fucking give me 90 Celsius tire temperature so I know that the dampers are actually going to be reacting like they will be when the tire is actually hot. Because when the tire is cold and it is under pressure, then it is resisting less, essentially offloading the dampers a lot compared to when they are hot and stiff, and the dampers need to do more of the job. So tuning dampers on cold tires is like, that's not remotely useful. Approaching 90, and we are at this point where tire life is starting to suck. So this will be even worse now. Oh dear God. Oh fuck. Okay. We'll say that is close enough. We know we need to drop the rear pressure and a little more than the front, so we'll start there. I'm guessing at least 3 clicks, and then let's just run 19 all across and see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? I don't know. So, yes, we still have a situation where basically we are dominated by bump. And also it seems that we are hitting the bump stops a lot, which will not be productive at all in terms of letting the suspensions do suspension things. But at the same time, it is a very easy way to settle down the rear. But also, shit tends to hit the fan fairly quickly because, you know, tires doing suspension work. So, I'm gonna reverse this, less stiffness, and we are going to, where the shit is it? It's here somewhere. Oh, I hate not knowing my way around things. I am looking for the, excuse me, torsion bar. There you are, thank you. I want the rear to be taller. And the spring rate, soften the suspension and get a more slow and predictable handling. I'm gonna soften it more. And then we will see if we bottom out, because I don't think we will. we have not bottomed out in quite a while. But the bumps, the dampers even. We see a lot of action on the bump, meaning the bump might be too high, but it might also just mean that the rebound is too low. But based on what I'm seeing, where the rebound is basically very high, that is confusing. Or is it like AC where ACC where a higher value pushes the rebound down? Yes, it probably is. Okay, so let's make a big change. And then similarly, I think we will drop the fast rebound a bunch too. And that is the only change I'm gonna make on the rears. And then on the front, slightly biased, good. Even, not great, but not horrible. But this is super not great. And also, why? The auto scale. Why are you not auto scaling? Okay, I will force you. That is 35, 35. So let's use 35 as a manual scale. Similarly, we will do the same for the rear. Manual scale, okay. Manual scale, paste, okay. Manual, okay. The rears, we need more nuance here, so we'll put it to, let's say, 20. Then we get to see what is actually happening. Oh fuck, I've been adjusting the wrong thing here. What's this supposed to be then? 25, and here it is 25, and here it is 25. So, statistically speaking, the correct thing to be 25 there, and then the scale is supposed to be 25. Not the boundary for high and low. There. Yeah, so either it is too much rebound, and therefore, because it is rebounding, it is forcing the bumps to activate a lot, or to, you know, it has more, it needs to resist more on average because rebound is too high. Because it pushes itself up, but too hard, so the car kind of loses, it kind of jumps a little, and then so suspension go like rolling on surface, and then it's pushed up, and then rebound too high, pushes back too quickly, resulting in suspension going up, and then it pushes too high, and then it's just kind of like dun 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 dun, which means that it is spending more time in this state than it is in this state, because this action takes less time to perform than all of these combined. That is likely what's going on here, considering that I was driving with a very high bump. No, with very, very high rebound. And conventional theory is that the bump and the rebound, like the bump should never really be higher than the rebound, but that is the way of the olden days. It is very frequent or often seen in at least sims that the bumps are much higher than the rebound, and it somehow works better. But in the real world it really shouldn't be a thing. But anyway, let's see. Okay, so we have dropped the rebound, which then anyway, yes, I have done things to the rear, which I shall not do more to the rear. Because I want to see what just changing the rebound does to the rear histograms. And then on the front, the issue would be not much really, that they are fairly decent. I would like to see this be pushed up more. And it is there's no bell curve action here, so I'm gonna then do slow stuff to the bumps on the front. And the trend is bump a little too stiff. And the fast bump is yeah, it is. You see, the fast bump may actually be a little bit too soft, because these are not like, they're not cancelling each other out. It is just bump. And then other parts of this thing is dealing with it. It's like, ideally you shouldn't really see much here. If anything, it should be like more like this. The curve here is like initially good, but then it flattens out way too soon. So it should be more like like this. Should look like a bell. Then it's happy. Yeah, so I'll just do bump stuff. I'll drop the bump fairly significantly on the front as well. But yeah, we'll just click randomly and see what happens. That is part of learning. Then we have the bump stops, the rubber shit. And it is not at all like this would be this would be a sign that it is riding the bump stops when the peak and the bump value is essentially just almost equal. Then it is no longer the suspension doing shit, then it is the rubber preventing the car from bottoming out, taking over. And that is why I raised the rear, because I want the suspension travel to be able to travel longer. But since we are utilizing torsion bars and not like, we don't have the we don't raise it in the theoretical way or in the traditional way. We are still raising it, but it's not because we are extending the suspension per se. This is what's going to be the fascinating learning curve here. I do not know how torsion bars work. I can sort of pretend, but I really don't. But if we are spending so much time in a neutral state, that must mean the front is just way too stiff. And it is not because of the bump stop, so then I would guess it's either the third spring, the heave rate, or it would be the push-pull rod offset, no. Bump rubber gap, nope. Yeah, it must be the spring force, I would guess. And then they speak here of raising to stiffen, and it is fairly high. then you get allegedly direct and precise handling, which we do have plenty of. So we could trade that in for a less violent experience, but will we bottom out? Let's find out on this episode of What the Fuck Am I Doing? I don't know. We're just gonna drop it big time, see how it affects these squiggly lines. And I did do the tires, yes. I think the rebound is too high on the front as well. You can see it's absorbing the bumps. Oh, tiny bang. But then after it has landed, it bounces again violently, like pushing itself off the ground. Oh, many rotations. God damn, that stopped quickly. So how does it... Oh, that is a much kinder response to the... Yes. And the rebound definitely is too high on the front, because you can see like there's like... It absorbs, and then it stands back up again, but then it goes like... And that's the fast rebound. Like the initial, like, I am compressing and then I'm standing back up, that's the slow. And then comes everything after that is basically clearing out the rest of the oscillation. That would be fast, even though it's not remotely close to being a high impact force. It is still a quick oscillation. So I guess talking about it in that context is probably more efficient. Or a easier way to explain it. Yeah, you see like the... My god, it stops so much quicker, what the fuck. So, essentially with the old springs, it was all up to the tire to do the suspension work, overloading the tire, increasing the braking distance. Yeah, you can see like it's kind of skipping like a rock on water when I'm under braking. Down for, so yeah, it wanted to go. Still not good, like at all, but I made it deeper into the corner this time, which is nice. There is a lot of work to be done on the rear. Oh there, yeah, a lot of work. The rear pressures are still way too fucking high, the tires never heat up. Which is interesting, because that was the opposite problem we had before. So small changes in suspension just makes whole car change in so many ways. And here we go. This is starting to look a little bit more sane on the rear, but it's still biased towards bump, which means we are basically riding the tire, not letting the butt do its thing. And similarly, so we see the... Yeah, on the side that is fucky. Yeah, let's see, let's home in on this is where we fucked up, and this was just losing the rear. So leading up to that point, we came out of the corner, and then it's all on the fast stuff. So we have oscillation going on the left, and we are riding the bump stops on the right side, and we're just fully engaging the bump stops at this point. So either the bump stops are too stiff, or the suspension is too soft, which I believe is very likely the case, because it is ridiculously soft. So let's undo that bit. But also looking at the lap where we didn't shit ourselves, it could also just be that it's a balance thing, or the ride height is still too low compared to what the track demands. Or the bumps are too yeah. The tire that went was the left, that was the loaded tire. We see it's rebounding a lot. I'm not sure who to blame here, but okay. I think the fast bumps are too high on the rear. Let's try that. Let's drop the fast bumps by like a couple of clicks. And also still a click on the slow bump. And we will not change rebound this time around, as to not confuse the results. And then on the front we have a entire different story. We have this fucking giant fucking tower situation. But how does it fare compared to the other? There is not that big of a difference, which is interesting. If anything, it's gotten a little bit worse. But that could be just because the damper is just too stiff overall. And the way it was set up was basically something like this. And then very stiff bump. But the overall distribution could be worse. Let's just do something stupid and pretend we are following real world things. And see what happens. I suspect a lot is in this. I have not touched this at all. I've barely played with it on LMU. And I am confused. Very much confused. But on the rear, we did lower the bump stop cap earlier. I think we're going to make a big change to the bump stop, just to make sure we are in alignment with practice here. With a higher value, the suspension has more travel before it eventually hits the bump stop. That sounds like something we want, because we were literally riding it, causing the tires to do all the things, and that made the tire sad, and then the car stepped out. We don't want a sad tire, do we? Sad tires make me sad. Yeah, now I'm seeing tendencies from the front of being a little bit porpoisey, but not horrible. Oh dear God, that is close to the wall. Yeah, you can hear the front tires are losing contact with the ground following a bump. So for sure, either the overall stiff, the suspension is overall too stiff, or the rebound is way too high. But it does not want to kill me on that bit, not on this bit, just deals with it much better, and same here. Just kind of absorbs it and stands back out, so we're on the right track. Which is good. What if we were on the wrong track and this wasn't even Monaco? That would suck. Look, no more bounce. Or still bounce, but less bounce. But we desperately need to work on the tires as well. These are softs, I think. They are something, and they are taking too long to get up to temp. They should be 90, they are 78. Yep, I can drive on it now, hooray! Oh yeah, that's so much better. Turns out my bump stops were way too fucking low. Because that is an easy way to get stability initially. Just like, don't let the suspension do things. Don't let the car bottom out. Instant esports. And then the tires do come in, and you need the suspensions, and then you die. I keep forgetting that DRS is a thing. Okay, yeah, it's still a little bit squirrely, but the tires are nowhere close to being optimum. So before we do anything else, we will fix that. These are softs, that is fucking weird. That is how slow this track is. Bordering on molasses. Oh dear, that's a wall. Just checking that everything is sort of working. Where the fuck is mouse? Oh yeah, it still wants to go. Oh dear, that is too much speed, fuck. It's fine. It's not like we need the nose, really. It is an appendix on this track. Oh dear. Okay. Still not horrible. Yeah, I am underdriving the car something fierce. No wonder they're not coming up. That is a natural consequence of being fucking terrified of the car. Oh, it's still understeering on entry. Or still, that is a new thing. Following the softening of the front suspension. And also, yes, I took nose damage, didn't I? Okay, so we are at 90. Which is good. Let's see if we can survive a few more oil laps. And actually push the tires. Now that they're hot, will they grip a little bit more? Yeah, second is fine here. Oh, I keep forgetting about that goddamn notch. That shit killed me yesterday as well. But okay, nice, we have data now. And the data we have... I should configure the automatic opening thingy, but not now. Open. Open. Is this the recent 1430? Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, so we did work to the rear rebound, and now we see things are starting to be shaped more like a bell curve on this part, but this part is still fairly unhappy. And we also have a mean fucking bias towards bump. And it is the biggest impacts that are taking the most of the time. So that would indicate that it is too soft, I would guess. So, rather than manipulate the rebound, we will manipulate the bumps. And they are fairly low, yes. But at the same time, we don't really have anywhere to go. I'm just gonna keep dropping it. But I am going to decrease this more than this, because I think it is spending a lot of time here because this is not up. Or what the fuck, I'm looking at the wrong, Jesus. This, they're telling the same story, but that is hilarious. No, I was actually not. I was working on the rear. I was meant to work on the front, but my brain is just like, it's the rear that's the problem, stop fucking worrying about the fronts. Okay, so yes, things make sense. I am just perpetually confused. That is okay. So, I just dropped their bumps. But I would, if this is like the other sims, me increasing fast rebound should result in those coming down. So that the question is then, is the rebound too stiff on the rear? We will... No, we are testing a theory pertaining to bumps. We have already made a change there, so we will not change more. However, we are starting to see that lower values do make suspension do more suspension things. And on the front we have like close to just very centered things and even things like 10 and 11, 15 and 16. Even uneven stuff on the right side, which is hilarious. How the fuck did that happen? So if that were the case and we see a difference here, then indeed stiffer bump means lower bar. Those are equal and they look fairly similar. The track does not, it is not symmetrical, so it is natural that they will be a little bit different, but they are very similar in the sense that it is just all the time is being spent like in this area rather than like so. So I theorize everything's just too goddamn high. Or, as they say, yeah, so reducing the bump on the left make this thing come up. Distribution not horrible, but big thing. So too soft? Is this heave? Having aligned these, and they are just like basic pitch and the settings, let's find out. Heave rate. Stiffen the spring to limit compression at high speed in a straight line without compromising suspension stiffness in corner. Bump rubber gap. Lower this value to limit... Yeah, no, it's not a gap thing. And we have, yes, big difference from front to rear, so I don't know what this does, but let's reduce it by a value of 3 because fun. And also, yeah, I'm not gonna change more, but I'm gonna drop the top pressures by 1 more just for fun. I want to see how quick I can bring it up to heat. Because I do not understand this game. This game is new to me, even though it's old. I've owned it for a long time, but I've given two shits about it. Oh boy. Does not want to step out now. Bottom out front. Absorbs now rather than just go boing. A little bit of a jump there and there. That's okay. Does not understeer at slow speed. Still rotates nicely. It turns out the nose is important. So what happens now? Yeah, not much. Oh yeah, nice. Bonk. A little bit bouncy still, but that's the tires probably. Oh god, okay. So that is a big difference. What the fuck happened there? I will have to try again. It felt like the car just kind of came out from underneath me. Very strange. It did not bottom out. Yeah. Oh, a little bit of reaction there. I'm gonna have a quiet stream today, and then 2 questions that are like Murloc mode enabled. Yeah, it's just too bouncy on the fronts. I think what I'm used to driving very stiff tires, which are cold, and now they are soft before they warm up. So it's probably something that will correct itself if I can get some heat into them and not sending it in while they are still cold like an absolute asshole. When did that ever work out? Oh, that is a lot of bottoming out. Oh, fuck's sakes, guy. Oh dear god, that was a joint stutter if I ever felt one. Maybe? Nope. Computer things. So high speed, cut the inside, car doesn't react. Absorbs curves nicely, sausages. Arguably too little bump now, I think. Or too low spring rate. Or just tires too soft still, that is also the thing. They are 88, almost there. progress in the sense that the particular curb doesn't kill me anymore. Oh, that down though. That's not how you do. That is not how you do. Yeah. So now we are in La La Land heat-wise. They are close to 100C. Very light green. That would indicate cold still. Is it 100 where they are happy? My god, this is insane. Four laps and we're about to enter shit tier grid. Oh, okay, hello. Still fucking terrified of that curb though, even though it's safe now. Oh dear. Practice stopping without locking. Yeah, it is much more nicely behaved now. But going in quickly. Yeah, still wants to go a little. No, don't fully lift, just a little bit. Oh dear, that was spooky. And then Hamilton, nope, missed the sausage. Oh yeah, it's very bouncy. Something has to come down. A little bit more of a lift. Yeah, that corner, man. It's gonna kill so many people tomorrow. And we are in shit grip territory. Carry more. Oh, hey, let me control it. Nice. Can just go spinning. That is too high revs here. Braking so early. Don't touch the thing. Don't lock. Get off the brake. Let gravity help you. Gravity is your friend. Stay fifth. Yeah, I think that might have been the problem as well, too high revs. Making the wheel want to move quicker than we are actually moving. Because ridiculous amount of power. Meaning slipping. Meaning death. Late brake into not touch sausage, cause settled car quicker out. And then lift off early entry. Okay, so still steers. Brake early, come off early, let it coast. You can probably get a shit ton of help by regen here, but at the same time our battery is just constantly full because mode 7, so let's do mode 9 and die. Okie doke. That is exponentially more spooky. Holy fuck. And also I think we have like Strat 3 or something stupid. Get rid of some battery, see if that's where the rest of the time is. It does not discharge. Why? Must review electronics. My god. Oh, it was in the wrong. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, so let's put it in quali mode. Strat 2. Oh, that, okay, so map 1 is probably some regen shit on this setup. Let's try map Strat 2 and quali mode. And shit our pants. Just as the tires are starting to fade. And let's do a lot less regen. So apparently, oh, our battery just keeps on giving. accidental double shift. Maybe saved my life there. Tires are shitting themselves after 11 laps. Why the piss? Was it? No. What is even? Mode 2 should be quality. That should... Most power, least regen. I need to work on the electronics. See what they are. Also, there might be too much anti-roll bar on the front. Or too little, I mean. Why am I not shedding fucking battery? Come on, car, use it. There's a clear difference between mode that, but mode 9 should be like the... Yeah, okay, right, I see. I need to tune this because these are just generic and none of them are letting me deplete the battery. But the good news, the suspensions are starting to be... I can drive them, I'm not constantly dying. But also, I am not using my battery. Look, amazing! Oh there, oh there, oh there, that's how people die. Laps on softs. Oh. I need to understand battery. Well, that's too much. Oh, maybe I don't, there's no zones here. Because, oh. What the fuck? That's probably why. And I don't have the button to manual. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's not responding to my commands. What the fuck? Well, let's push the tires a little bit more. Okay. I am so early on the brakes. Holy fuck. That is crazy. seems the tires are finally starting to turn slightly yellow, meaning around 100 is the happy place, not 90. That's lies, CMRT, super duper lies. Wait, maybe 50 is too high now with that speed? That could also be it. And I see that front right is not being pushed into the ground in that corner back there like 10 minutes ago now. Oh shit, I'm out of fuel. I have never survived that long before. Nice. So, front right can come up a little bit, and the rest a lot, with a need for more on the rear. So let's try. We've been at 18 before. Let's do 19 and then 20 on the rears. No, that does make sense. Should be something like this, like in theory, maybe. But I feel like we've been here. It's fine. Okay, so we know at least 11 laps, 12 laps. Maybe you can do 16 laps on the softs, which equates to... Oh, we just did 16 laps on the soft, that's 15 minutes. So... I'm guessing at least 5 more laps on those before they go into the reds. Which would put us around about here. I'm gonna save, and then we're gonna fuck around more. But one thing which is apparent, we are not even remotely extracting power from this vehicle. What the shit? So let's just start there. We can probably drive high engine map. Zero fucking thing. Overtake e-boost turbo needs to be bound as a button. E-boost turbo. Overrun regen. Control the motor in part throttle situation. Higher value will use more fuel. Higher frequency will allow more harvesting. Careful not to exceed the 2 millijoule harvest limit per lap too quickly. Lower value will suit tracks with higher number of braking zones. Default 40 Hz. This controls the amount of energy regeneration in part throttle situations. Higher value will use more fuel. Right, so I don't really need that much regen in part throttle situations by looks of things, so we're just gonna do that. Turbo boost pressure that will be reached when e-boost is active. Higher, more power, but use more battery. That is not a problem. Race. Okay, so we should dial in a neutral mode 7. And it is very much neutral, but it is absolutely not neutral. So extra harvest 30 Hz is way too fucking much. and we are not spending enough. I guess this might be good when we are harvesting less. And then extra harvest. Can you tell me about extra harvest? Will allow more energy harvesting. Right. So let's just play around with mode 7 and see how quick we can make it run, and then iterate based on that, because I have fucking no idea what I'm doing. Wait, this is mode 7, that's mode 8. Mode 7. Extra harvests. Regen. It's like... if we run 5, that is 0. There's 0. And that is the least amount of fuel I can use in Papa's throttle. I am so confused. Why do I have the memory of a goldfish? Overrun regen. Controls the amount of energy regeneration in part throttle situations. Higher value will use more fuel, because more resistance, because harvesting energy. So mode 5 is economy mode. For fuel, but it is slow. Or maybe not. I don't know. I am so fucking confused. Okay, so 6. Let's just say, as an experiment, we'll just increment by tens. And then the regen. This will spend more fuel. Overrun regen. For fuck's sake, brain. Overrun regen. Energy regeneration in part throttle. Higher will use more fuel. Yes. But this is, the language is unclear here. It is kilowatts, and it is energy regeneration in part throttle, and higher will use more fuel, which indicates that it is getting less. Does it? No, eBoost Turbo is the thing. That is the output. This is the putting shit back in. So I think my mode 7 is fucked because it has just no go juice. And I think perhaps all of them needs max go juice. Because we spent so much time regenerating here, it's fucking pointless to not use it. So let's see how that fares. And then mode 7 is supposed to be the neutral one. So it's outputting default 240. 2.40, okay. So 2.6 bar, I have no idea what that means in kilowatts. No, that's just the turbo. But it is a heat boost, yeah, so it's an electrical system running the turbo. Or doing the turbo things, pushing fuel into the combustion engine. It is not an electrical engine in that sense. This is hybrid without electrical motors. All of this is confusing to me. But this is regen in part throttle. That might be okay now that we have a lot more turbo. And the extra harvest. Higher frequency will allow more energy harvesting. Careful not to yeah, so that's just the overall thing. That is the 2 millijoule shit. I guess that is this. So 1 and 2. Okay. So many rules, so little understandings, so many confused. Where the fuck did the engine go? Power unit. Okay, so we'll just stick with this for mode 7. because we have nowhere to go. It is just a linear curve in overrun regen. Sort of, not really. We do have some options. We can increment 1.5. Higher, more fuel because more resistance. So I'm thinking like it's probably gonna be like this, or even less, like this. It's probably optimal. So there's no fucking way we're gonna be filling up the battery. And running it higher means we need to run more fuel, meaning we will be heavier and slower, and everything is just sad. And so minimum harvest, extra harvest, that is economy. This is fuel economy mode, literally. This is sorta not. A little bit more speed. And then we have this, but then this should literally be the slow mode to quickly recharge. So all of this should be like this. Okay, let's reread it. I'm not used to thinking about these things, fuck this. Amount of energy regen in part throttle. This is literally why we have anti. Mode 5 is I need to go fast, but oh fuck, I'm out of fuel. But also need to regen battery, because without battery I am slow, but I don't know what that is, and that is why I told myself focus on mode 7. So we'll do that. This is an unknown, I don't care. I'll stick you on 5, 15, 20, 40, 40. And this is the confusing part, because yeah, what's fucking me, my logic is this. And therefore I focus on this. I will not need more than 2 modes. Not for this race, that is sure. So, okay. We have very little regen, but still a little. And extra harvest, that is the millijoule stuff. This is part throttle. This is more energy harvesting. But we are already harvesting way too fucking much. So just to test mode 7, let's run it at 20. See what happens. Let's not overcomplicate things. Okay, so with that out of the way, and we have done tires, and then we do a X3 to mark this giant leap in vaguely understanding what the fuck is going on and having something to revert to. We have a look at the things. That is the quickest lap, a 14. And we are indeed going in the slightly correct direction. Yes, definitely. The front suspension is not as crazy on the bump, but it is a little bit too much bouncy, maybe. But we still have this awkward situation where it almost looks like the front is running too high. Because these became way more settled when I dropped the wheel rage, or equivalent, not the heave. The heave seems to have mattered fuck all. But the torsion bar, spring force multiplied by the install ratio of the suspension, raise the value to stiffen the suspension and get a more direct and precise handling with fast reactions, lower the value to soften the suspension and get more slow and predictable handling. General wisdom says that the stiffer the suspension, the less grip you get, but this is not always the case, and it depends on suspension geometry and other design choices. that is likely true. But there is no weight on the front of this car past downforce, and that is why we have the third spring. And it is probably fine. And I don't care. So I wonder, how soft can I run the fronts? And what does it do? Could this maybe be solved by reducing the bump stop gap? No fucking idea. Absolutely none. But what we do see on the rear, especially on the most loaded side, is that after we increase the bump stop rubber range gap, as they say, it is indeed swinging a little bit more, but it is still very much biased towards bump, even on slow lap. And these are not the same. Please tell me I'm not. No, they can't be, because they are different. I am such a dildo. Okay, so as temp started to go up like a lot, do we see a difference in the... Nothing that can't be attributed to driving slightly different. Okay, so this is a decent sample. So then, differences on the rear, where we... I don't remember, what did I do to the rear? Where the fuck are you, dampers? Yes, I dropped the bumps. And the outcome is that the bumps came up. No, they went down, where it actually matters. I'm confused. But that is because I also changed another thing, so I can't really tell what I did is causing things. But that is fine. We can only move on from the present moment. And considering... Oh yeah, shit. I forgot the fronts. They are... Yeah, okay. We're gonna test what does happen when we just make suspension softer. Not do bump things. Because overall balance on bumps were not particularly concerning. Yeah, we'll leave those as they are and just keep on working on the rear, which is the main problem, the antagonist, if you will. And we seem to be struggling with two. Soft rebound. Or too stiff slow bump. I don't think the latter is the case. But which is the sinner? Is it maybe both, or is it this? Let's try. Giving it more rebound on the rear. Like so. And then we have softer... What is the language? We have softer, or yeah, a less stiff front torsion bar. And more reboundy rear dampers. So this is going to be fun. I'm also like, what if we lower the ride height a tiny bit as well, just like a smidge? Would that help with the things? Where the ass is like, hey man, let's go this way. And we are driving, I don't know, we are driving, so 8. So this is how far forward it goes. I don't have a problem. I'm happy at 2. This is 0. This is fine, this is fine. bias is okay. I do maybe want one less. We are just like balls to the wall on aero. Why is this set to 4? Ah yes, strats. I need to do strats. Ah, there's so much. There's so fucking much, man. Can I move you, please? Move up. No? Okay. Overlap it is. Why is the scaling so fucking big? I don't know. What happens? When I click here, now it clicks there. Okay, so yes. Well, let's see. Strat map 1, strat map 2. Okay, so 1 is actually the longer of the boys, and the higher I go, the less they become. So 1 would actually be the one that is 1, that is 1. Okay. This is a deploy all the time, please. Okay, all the way up to the end. We're just gonna get rid of battery now, that is all, and then turbo. Why no turbo here? I mean, okay, that is perhaps not the best place to put turbo. But this, oh yes baby, give me turbo. And then we will hit the braking zone maybe here-ish. Just fucking floor it uphill. This is fine. Andrew. Why would we deploy into there? I don't know. But it is spooky. And there's only 3 zones, and the rest is manual. Okay. That explains a lot. I mean, why not turbo? Fucking turbo, man. Turbo until likely braking zone. More turbo. Let's go turbo. What the shit? We're just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna. But what? Why Inoken has split start? Oh. But man, this is confusing. Why I can no has, I want turbo here. Why can't I have that? I'll take all the turbo I can get, just, I mean, fuck it. It is probably a horrible idea. Yeah, fuck it, we'll leave that as it is. But we will extend the distance until the end of DRS. And it will start as soon as possible if I forget. And that is not the thing. And then here, it's just immediately. Hey. Oh, I can move the splits. What the fuck? But I only have 3. No? Ah, I see. I understand now. I am learning. Okay, so this is just like it didn't have anything. I've just been running on fuel. That is hilarious. Okay, that explains so much. So second we have like vaguely anything resembling Rip. It's just like give me turbo, all of it. And then we come around the corner and then downhill. it's like, sure. This is going to suck. This is going to probably suck too. But from here we can have a little turbo and just M-juke all the way to likely where I'm going to be braking, which is roughly there. And then we fart. I mean, this just feels like a death sentence, but I mean, when in Rome. Let's not use turbo though. And then we create another split. And then we come here, and then it's just maintain as, and then yeet. Da 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 da, straight line. Yes. And then all the way down to the braking zone, and then just turbo, man. Give turbo. Why is this funny? I don't know. Let's turbo until corner, and then no turbo. Because also downhill. And then we need another zone. We definitely do not need to build a lot of speed into this bit. And then this is already just like so fucking scary. I'm not sure why I would even want to consider anything else there. But let's paint just for fun. Okay, so that is the death corner, and then here I'm basically going in a straight line. So that should be safe, no? Up until the braking point. And then dance. And then well, fuck you. And then this is just, there's nothing going on here. This will be death. And then we come out here, and this is already a spooky place. Let's make it scarier, because why the fuck not? And 1 starts just after the line. And then we have 9. That is 8, so that should run all the way up to the... there? Yes. And also, just fucking turbo. Bitch, give me turbo. So, strat map 1 is how we die. Okay. Save. And now, everything changes. Now we're gonna need a lot of regen. Maybe. Maybe not. I am not sure about this. Okay, so brake shapes. We are on map 2, and 1 is more linear, barely any migration at all. And 4% is fine for me. I don't care. And we barely have any prankware, so we are definitely running the car too tall, which would make sense that I am losing car, and need basically, yeah, I should have started here. That's basically what I'm starting to understand, but that's okay. I am not a Formula 1 driver. I'm a shit poster on the internet. Who have decent tires-ish now. But at the same time, if I had been running lower suspensions on the front, I'm already bottoming out. And it's not like my dampers are super soft, they are a little bit soft. And I am running super stiff bumps. Okay, I'm starting to see a pattern here. My car is just way too fucking high. Too tall. It is stoned out of its mind. Okay, but one thing I did notice. At high speed it is a little bit squirrely when taking things head on. So we will put one back in. And it didn't have any effect on the histogram, so fuck it. It will be interesting to see though what the difference is. So far, amount of regen, higher value will use more fuel. Like if I am in mode 2, I don't want to regen. That is why I have anti. I want to go fast in mode 2. Save. Okay. Buttons that do not work. Hello. View and video settings. Something, something, something. Extended controls. Apps. DRC. Not here. Okay. Car. That is fine. That is fine. Dear God, hello. No, I'm just shit posting on the internet. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I'm just fucking around on what is this called? I'd like to say Monza, but it's totally not. Monaco. Monaco. In the Formula Alpha. That is what I do. Yep. Hoping that I was right. I don't have pace. I am just trying to not die. And also I just discovered that the base setup only had like 3 zones for the ERS stuff and no turbo, and I wasn't using the battery. So I have painted the track red and it's going to be fucked up. Oh yes. Yeah, I do. Yeah, you need to basically tune the suspensions a lot. That's what I've been doing today, and it is fairly tame now. But I am still scared shitless of the track, so it's gonna be fun to see. Yeah, I just pretend. That is used by DRS. What is button 2? Yes, thank you, thank you. I shall see you then. Is this button 2? Is that overtake? And this is anti. Oh my god, that is crazy. Okay, yeah, no, this makes a lot more sense. So overtake, anti. Well, what can I then put on that button here? I don't know. We will figure it out. When did I change this? Interesting. Anyway, deployment strategy, that is fine. Ah yes, these can then be, I guess, profile 1, profile 2. Yes, that makes What the fuck? No, that is anti, that is overtake. This is unused. That is pit limiter, that is unused. So that would be brake, the brake stuff then, brake warming. Maybe, I don't know. We'll worry about that later, one thing at a time. Stop thinking, please. Display pages, blah blah blah, drag reduction, constant speeds. Ah yes, we can put constant speed limiter there because that is a button we actually kinda... Oh, we don't need it, we don't have a safety car. I don't want it there, go away. We'll figure something out. Okay, so now we know the button that make car go fast. We have zones that will deplete battery. So let's see how fucked this is. I'm guessing it's going to be pretty fucked. And fun. And hopefully progress for the dampers. All damper kind will reunite. Enjoy. Alright, well, since I am essentially talking into the void right now, and I have been abandoned, I shall resume by muting myself and enter focus mode. It is fun to talk though, but I can feel my mouth and brain is tired of it, so... Oh, okay, microphone is coming back on. What the fuck? This is ridiculous. How did I not notice? What the fuck? I mean, this is insane. Oh. Ah, yes. Okay, so... Okay. Seems to be very sensitive to pressure. But... Holy fucking Christ. Okay, so... Let's see, did it save? Yes, it has the torsion bar stuff. So the game just shot itself again. I think your sessions are maybe running too long. But that is fine. Okay, so I'm barely regenerating. It's just turbo all the time. Oh yeah, so if I put that to 0, then it'll do the things. And then I am currently 0 active. This is what, profile preset? Yes, fuck presets. Brake balance. We go back to this and then we do a... Oh yeah, so that is the thing, and then and we are on 2% migration, which is way too much, I would argue. And we are on shape 2, so we are actually at 4. Because I am locking up hard on the fronts. We do not need it to migrate to the front like at all. That is absolutely ridiculous. Okay. Yes, so we are in strat 1, we are in mode 7, and that is wall, and that is the button, and this is anti, and oh, mamma mia, what the fuck, that is nuts, and tires are cold, so be careful through here. Why do I put turbo there? That is fucking stupid. I mean, I'm still not depleting the battery, so I guess we could just turbo all the time, maybe? It sorta shows sign of, okay, I'm gonna spend here, but then it just doesn't. And then, boop, it's almost full again. And then it kicks in mid-quarter here for some reason. It's the dumbest decision I've made. I mean, if I can control it, it's fine, right? That is kind of scary. And so that, what the fuck? Okay, and then let's go. So my rear has a desperate need to come down. That much is clear. I think my whole car is just way too tall. So let's have a look at that. Yes, so pull rod. So essentially, since this is a push rod system, increase the value to increase the value to increase the ride height. So increase to increase the push pull rod offset. But I want to drop it. I'm just gonna scrape the ass along the fucking floor and see what happens. Since this is a pull rod system, increase the value to lower ride height. push pull rod more offset. Increase, and then it says lower here. So they are indeed, they're saying the same thing, they're just saying the opposite thing of each other. So increase to increase the ride height. Increase the other lower. What? Ride height tuning. Motherfucker, why? Left rear, right rear. Push pull rod offset. Ride height tuning. Since this is a pull rod, since this is a push. Ah, okay. Right, so this is increase to increase. And this is increase to lower. Yes, okay, so then like so. Oh my god, this is going to be so fucking stupid, but I like it. We're just like ass and nose down into the ground and see what happens. Surely good things. Okay, yes, that is. Okay, bottoming out a lot. Oh dear god, that is a lot of bottoming. But yeah, that is way more stable. Sorry, wall. I am discovering things. It's amazing. Okay, so this changes everything. Now I need more. Wow, okay. Ass is being dragged like a lot. Oh. Mid-corner turbo, that's how you do. No? Oh yeah, I didn't even open the door. Oh fucking god, 7th gear. Okay, that is fun. I'm hungry. Ow, 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 I'm dead. I'm so dead. Okay, so lessons learned. There are limits. The rear. Increase the value to increase the ride height. That is my mistake earlier. I thought I was. So, okay, how about 1? Push the nose to the ground, is bottoming out. But, let's put this back to its original values and have a little bit of action on the suspensions. And then just let the rest be as it is. Because now that we have actual forces acting on the front, because, you know, we have ERS zones, we will have more grip. Instantly touch the wall and fuck the wing, but that's okay. This is so stupid. Oh my god. Okay, now I need to brake earlier. Still a little bit early, this is fine. Why no ERS mates? Oh yeah, so I didn't put it on here, I chose here. What the fuck? Why is it not doing things? Am I not allowed to have those there, maybe? Are you trying to protect me, game? I don't appreciate it. There it turns on. Now it should turn on here. It does. And then off here. And then on here. And then off. No point in turning it on. This is the harvest zone. And then boop. And boop off. Could be on for longer. And then boop. No, it doesn't turn on here. It should. Then it should turn on here, but it doesn't. Maybe it has some anti-stupid functionality. Oh, I forgot to set it. But then here, boop, right that's where I would get the grip. So these things are for the most part okay. So let's try to get some heat into the tires, not die in the dip. Turns out, yeah, it could be on earlier and on for longer, unless maybe I end up in the wall. Don't think so. Oh my god, that is fucking insane. And it's still fucking... It's almost at full again, what the hell? Eek, help me. Man, how is this even a thing in real life? This is fucking amazing. And to not loose. Yeah, now it can be on until the braking zone. And then on sooner here. Oh my fucking god, this is ridiculous. Okay, and I'm not sure why anyone would want brake migration, like fucking at all. Fronts are locking up under light braking, rears are not. Crazy talk. Okay, so my battery is actually empty now. Amazing. Which means I could get some help braking by regenning. So let's turn up the regen if we can find the fucking thing. How much would I need to sort of stay in equilibrium with potential changes? More than this, that's for sure. max give me? I need to increase the overrun regen if this is going to be sustainable. This is amazing. This made the track 10 times better. Oh Lord, okay. Oh fuck, that is corner, that is corner. That is absolutely a corner. That is under the corner and... oh fucking hell. I'm slower. That's crazy. I'm so much slower. But okay, the rears need less pressure. Fronts need less pressure. So that and then like so. Now we will save. And then focus on mode 7, don't get distracted. Max Stitch Turbo, yes. Extra harvest. We are harvesting enough. I don't know, 20, is that enough? So let's read these things again. This controls the amount of energy regeneration in part throttle situations. Higher will use more fuel. Higher frequency will allow more harvesting. Too quickly. Lower values would put more. Yeah. That is literally this track. So it's that limit. What is that limit? What happens when you breach the limit? Do you get punished? I don't know. So many questions. I just adjust mode 6. Yes. So this is mode 7. This is mode 8. That is a push mode. So I'm guessing then if we put this to 30 and this to 15, this kind of makes sense. And then this is just a lot harvest. But that doesn't make sense. Yeah. I need to just simplify, I think. I'm gonna stick with mode 7, think, and do things later. Right now, this is a balancing act. And I need to also re-evaluate. Like, do I really need turbo here? I don't think so. this can be run further. Like, turbo here would be good. Turbo here a little bit maybe, because also helped by DRS offsets. Go fast mode. But what surprised me is that it does not toggle here. It makes sense. It is a not straight thing. Okay, so we go out here. Maybe if we move it further back, will that please the algorithm? So we come out of the thing, we even level out the car, and then we send it. And we let it go all the way up to the braking zone. And then we do not want to die into the following thing. That would be ideal. And then I think we reduce this a smidge. And also we push it forward just a little bit. Because oh my god, coming out of this corner and then immediately going into full tits turbo is a little bit scary, I'm not gonna lie. And does it need to be all the way? I don't know. Probably not. Let's say this offsets. Then we move back to 1. Oh god, we can also turbo there, but no, we won't. This is probably insane. That is fine. I do think it can kick in a little bit earlier. Like there. That means it come off it a little bit sooner. And then zone 3. Very spooky. But it can also run a little bit longer. Oh dear. Oh fuck, there is actually... I did put down a zone here. But probably too early. Yeah, none of this makes sense, but that's fine. That's how we do. Then we run this all the way down to the braking zone, which is probably there. And I mean, why not turbo? Let's push the system. Then here, also turbo. I mean, why the fuck not? Just a little bit. Just a tiny bit of turbo. I think this is going to end up like a quali mode. Maybe. Maybe. It is stupid, but I love it. Jesus Christ. Okay, still dragging my ass. Forgot to fix that part, but that's fine. High fuel quality mode. Okay, so it turns itself off. Does it turn on? Nope, it will not allow me to do it here. Boo! Boo game. Boring. And then, boop. All the way down to the braking zone we go, fully turboed up. Ah, it actually turned off early. So it does have safety mechanisms, and like here, it does not turn on except for a brief period, and neither does it go on here. I mean, it makes sense, but I want it. I want it so bad. I can push a button, but yeah, it turns off early here as well. Yeah, and now it matches where the bump is, so that's good. Oh my god. Turn. Let's go, my steed. And then... whoop. Turns off very early. Relative to expectation anyway. And then it comes on late here. Fuck. Oh dear god. Don't lock, thank you. And then open the DRS. Yes. What the fuck? Okay, yep. Jesus, Mike. Oh dear god, fuck. It's fine. Oh no. Okay, it needs to be a little bit later. Okay, let's adjust. Please, no crash. Thank you. Okay, so that zone is a little bit too early. And that is obvious when you look at the map. That is a straight line-ish there. And then this one is pointless. This one is fine, but it cuts way early. Let's just... I mean, can we trick it? Can we keep it on? I don't know. And then that... I mean, we are technically kinda straight here. And then run it all the way up to the thing, and then this is void. I wonder, just as like a test, can we just keep it on, see what happens? Will it turn on at any point through this section? And also, did we correct? No, that one was fine. It was just this. Okay, let's die. Not gonna say I'm worried, but I am super worried. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Yep, that's safe. Arguably, maybe. And it's off before the corner, so obviously there's safety mechanisms at play here. Yeah. And it does not power on here at any point. Nope. This zone is just forbidden fun zone. No fun allowed. Oh my god. Override. System override. Fuck the system. Oh dear god. Oh, that was fourth. Yes, power. Oh my lord. And power. Just a little bit. I keep forgetting to shift now. Oh shit, okay, it worked. Stay on, do not turn off. It's fine, this is normal, this is how you do. Oh my fuck. Okay. So, I'm not gonna touch the button now, see. No, it runs itself right. That is so fucked. Oh no. Oh. Holy balls. Okay, so -1 across and then 2 on rear left, right even. Oh my god. So 2, 1, 1, 1. Obviously we're wasting too much things all the time. That one is pointless, but that is fine. It can just be there. It doesn't hurt anyone. So what's the deal? We need more regen. Mode 7. You're supposed to be the balanced one. You are nowhere close to being the balanced one. I don't even know what that is supposed to look like. Like, 5 is supposed to be the most harvest, no? So the least amount of overrun, the most amount of extra, and then I'm guessing we're just gonna have to do the most amount of, and then less regen. Maybe that'll help. And then just full tits. I don't know. 7 E-Boost Turbo. I'm guessing this would be the fuel. Saving. Yeah, this is also part of the equation, but I must have all the turbo, at least for now. Literally fuck everything. Just give me turbo. Okay, so the ass is dragging along the road, or so I think. And that would be explained by the fairly excessive use of this. But how much can we get away with? Because the butt is very, very loose, and it is scary. I'm not sure. Okay, yes, this is why we have the plank. Yes, it is the rear, but it is also the front a little bit, but not much. Very much the rear. So this maybe fix it, maybe. That is a lot of banging. But we do have bump stops for this very reason. You're not happy back there, are you? Oh, so much more stable here though. Oh, dear God. Okay, stay 6th. 5th. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe mode 7 needs a little bit less turbo. Just a little bit. Also, I just realized I'm running in high engine mode, not balanced. I don't know which is quicker. The brake by the migration is too high. Or we could argue that maybe the balance is too far forward. Stay 5th. Ass is loose in 6th. No. Stay 6th. Ass is loose in 5th. 6th. So much more stable in 6th. Okay, I was a little bit late. Oh my god. Jesus, this is nuts, man. This is fucking nuts. That is what it is. 0.5, 0.16. So yeah, no, I need to raise it and I need to stiffen it. For sure. At the front, that is not an issue. I don't know how much this equates to. I guess I need to just find a thing which lets me survive. And then run it for a while. And see what number pops up. Because to this point it has basically been just fucking bullshit and... Pump, that is the heave. And it is stiffer at the front than at the rear. Why? The rear is the thinner. Let's try this. Okay, so Mode 7 is supposed to be balanced. That is its purpose. It is not. Let's see what we can get away with. In worst case, we'll just do manual operation. Dragging the ass, so I guess bumps are too low, too high, or ass is too low is the argument. Yes, there's problems with the suspension has been... Yeah, it's too low. I need more bumps, lower bumps, earlier bumps. Where the fuck are they? Let's drop them. Suspensions are just for show. This will tell me if I need to raise the butt. Vaguely better, but still not good. Now I'm riding the bumps and the rear is just sailing. So ass needs to come up. That is the answer. Or I need more third spring action. I see a pattern. This is so fucking ridiculous. I love it. I absolutely love it, man. So, okay, let's try 39. Oh no, that still doesn't help. Push rod. Increase the value to increase the ride height. Let's see. Do we bottom? Is this torsion? Is it the inability to resist that's causing the bottoming out? Or is it just distance? I don't know. So many questions. Okay, so the ass can mostly deal with gravity and aerodynamics and things, but it is in need of help from the bump stops or stiffer springs. Yeah, no, it's just understeering a little bit rather than sailing. Yes, it's still looking on the front. Okay, so it needs bump stops. But I mean, I should study how these fucking things look, because, I mean, where would that bump stop even be? All of this is confusing. Okay, so stiffen off the ass. Yeah, let's just handle this with actual suspension. See which point is the bump stops needed. And if the answer is still bottoming out, I mean, it's gotta be the third spring, or the heave, the anti-dive. What the fuck ever we call it. Still slamming into the fucking floor. And that is my fault. That is a stupid decision. Okay, so heave springs. Heave rate rear. Stiffen the spring to limit compression at high speed in a straight line without compromising suspension and stiffness in corners. Yes, that is like what we need. Bump rubber gap. Lower this to limit the power compression. Work in conjunction with the stiffness setting. Default 45 millimeters. I'm just gonna reset to default. Bump rubber gap. I mean, how low is too low? Is 20 millimeters too low? I don't know. I just wanted to not kill me going in a straight line, or kill the plank rather. I'm fine with everything else. There you go, that's a lot better. Okay, so mystery solved. And yes, of course, it is related to this. So, which is better, stiffer or riding bump? I don't know. little bit unstable. Yeah, even at the lowest setting, with the ass pointed at the sky, stiffest things, it will still be pissy about it, and I'm not even fully loaded. Meaning, with fuel this will be worse. Oh. So, combination. But good news, we are not spending more than we are regenerating at the moment. Oh god. Oh, that is so scary. And I will remember to adjust the migration. That is absurd. Okay, and then it goes. Holy shit. Okay. So even with the rubber limiting it, it's slapping its ass into the ground. The dampers are not super duper soft, but a little bit. The heave rate though, it is not resisting enough, or... yeah, no, it is pointing its ass up in the sky. Yep. So it's this. So then the big question becomes, where is the sweet spot? I hate to say it, but I don't know. And also I'm starting to get hungry. How have I been driving for this long? Once more, I have no idea. I have found 2 seconds. Okay, it sounds like it does not. Yes, it's less unhappy now. Still dragging, but that is... I still have the dampers to work with. And I guess also the third spring has dampers. So there's like so many options. Oh dear god. Yeah. No. Okay, so that was actually an example of why I would want more migration, but at the same time, not anywhere else. Was I maybe just a tad late on the brakes? I don't know. Let's try. Let's like try a ridiculous, the most migration. Shit. Oh, I'll remember. don't like it when the fronts lock up. That dip, man, is so fucking spooky. Wait, does it migrate the rearwards? No, that doesn't make sense. Oh my god. Jesus. Oh dear god, it caught. What the shit? Okay, so it bottomed out, need more bump front or stiffer suspension front, because it is actually very soft at the moment. Heat rate front, no. Also, this is just a joke. I mean, 45. I want a lower bump. This is a whole thing that needs to be. God damn it! There's just so much. How does anyone understand all of this? What the fuck? Okay, so torsion bar stiff, matters fuck all. Need bump. Default 40. I'm going less, just out of principle. We are riding with the butt up. We are riding with the nose down. We are struggling with a tiny bit of understeer, and also suspensions that are buckling. And the bump stops, the dampers, they are neutral-ish. We will add some springs. That is not what I want. That is heave. We don't need heave on the front, we need... Where the fuck are you? Torsion, there we go. So... And none of this makes sense. The rear is fine. Okay. What is the default? 22? Let's go with the default, see what it feels like. And also, sad shape is 5, migration is 10. Understeer is not an issue. Things have changed so much since just a couple of hours ago, I am so confused. But I think it is in part hunger. That is fine. Okay, so maybe I did change this. Bump rubber stiffness, default. Bump rubber stiffness. Ah, this is the okay, this is the torsion bar. No, the heave. which is should not be involved there. It just buckled, stood back up, but at that point the rear head stepped out and I was fucked, so I need more bump, or I need stiffer springs. That was the conclusion. I have given it stiffer springs, so I should save before it crashes again. Save. Right. And full immersion. Okay. There is the argument that formulas are supposed to be dragging their ass a little bit. Don't appreciate that right there. That is new. And that came after I did what? That is the question. I increased the ride height. That's what I did. It was stable when it was lower. So stiffness probably not needed, maybe? I don't know. Also, I think it is rolling too much because I see the front wheel sometimes stand not being in contact with the ground, so I'm just a monkey pushing buttons at this stage, it doesn't matter. Any death is 100% skill issue. Any discovery is accidental, mostly. Yep. My fucking god. To read up on what the brake migration does. It feels like it migrates towards the rear, maybe. Does make sense, but doesn't even, but that's what it feels like. Oh, why am I in 5th? That is a sin. Oh shit. What? Yeah, it's much better. Can probably be better, but this is progress. Small victory for chimp kind. Oh shit. Ow, okay, yes. No. Oh my god, what the fuck? Hot tires, maybe? I don't know. Time to look at a little bit of data. What the fuck have we been up to? What have we done? Okay, so we are still in a situation. But I'm doing 13s, and that's nice. Okay, so still we have a bumpy butt, which have returned to a slightly more spiky state. We have absolutely, let's just drop this a little bit. I don't know, any number will do. Oh dear god, what the fuck? That is a big mistake. Okay, so I'm just gonna open, see. How about you? You are pointless. I'm just gonna take a wild guess that this is softer suspension. But at some point it has actually favored. Oh, why didn't I save along the way? Okay, so the difference here. Ah yes. Probably this combined with this, a little bit more of a gap to allow it to breathe and not bottom out, and then and it is literally pointing its butt in the air. And then fronts. Yeah, they absolutely need more bump. Or they need to be stiffer. Or it needs more bump stop. I do remember dropping the heave on the front. And I do also remember increasing this. And I do believe I did do that, so yeah. I think it just needs to be stiffer. And it was low-key better when it was slightly lower. So we'll drop it by like 4. And then after this, did the thing again. It's I've lost so track of what is what, but it's fine. I'm gonna load it up. It'll be, I don't know. How long is the race? It tends to be like 70 some odd liters. Let's just test it with 48 worth of fuel. I hardly feel the fuel, that's how slow we're going. How is it dragging its ass less now? I softened the suspensions. I felt the fuel there. Felt it there. I should pay attention to the tires. Yeah, there's just... The migration is just crazy. I don't... What? It should be making it more understeery, but it absolutely is not. It fucking just makes it more oversteery. That is crazy to me. At least that is how it feels. Yep. I think I see what's going on as well. I'm conflating two issues, I think. I'm diving into a compression zone. I'm touching the ground there. That's what is unsettling it, not the balance of the brakiness. 3. Yeah, so I need to come down a bunch. I think that's what's fucking me over. Like, I'm not expecting the tire degradation to kick in, and the tires are a little bit too hot. But we are getting there. We are getting there. So, and then there. I suspect this is okay. Okay, so what has been learned though? We are still torque versus pedal travel. Right, so it's just throttle map, basically, more so than an engine map. And we are engine recovery. Checks different gear-based engine brake settings and changes the recovery strategy. Increase the setting to increase the retardation effect. This setting will affect energy recovery. So we are recovering max. So, but engine braking here is like literally worth its weight in gold. I don't think I'll change to that. We just need to figure out how to make mode 7 operate decently at close to max boost. We are close, but not close enough. And we can go up to 50, so that's 35, that's 40. This is supposed to be going the other way, I think. But it's like, whatever. I'll do my own rules. Fuck all conventional things. So, dampers. What are you up to? Oh, look at that. I do not remember at all what I did, but it's going in a positive direction. However, see if we can retrace our steps. Fast bump. I think it's too high. Fast rebound. Uncertainty sets in hard. I would not be surprised if I find a lot of this shit in here. But at the same time, okay, so let's give it a little bit more fast rebound. On the front, see if that brings up the bump. We also seem to be started a fast bump on the front, and there is that whole situation where we got a lot better response from the front when we what did we do? It was, yeah, we raised, no, we dropped the front. And it became more stable. But it is also bottoming out. It's like, I think we can do this and not let it travel as much. I'm just so confused. I've lost track of everything. But as it stands, the car is starting to resemble stable. And that is nice. But what if we do this just for fun? And then we have done things to mitigate the powertrain. It is just that slight instability at the front and the rear through that awful corner. And we've taken steps to address the fast. But I do not like the face of... You know what, fuck it, why not just run equal values? Fuck convention. And then it fucking crashes. God damn it, why don't I save? And does it happen on an hour interval? Is that a thing? I don't know. But it's okay. Last setup will probably do its job. I'm going to go eat now. Fuck. That went on for a lot longer than I intended. I'm just like, I'm just gonna test a little bit, you know. I'm just gonna have a little look. Prepare a little for tomorrow, and then like fucking, I don't know, 6 hours later, what the shit? Yes. Sorry for the language. But that's how I do. Anyway, I will go eat. Oh, somebody has said something. Hi, K. I think I confused more people than I helped with that fucking message. Anyway, I shall do the food thing because, oh my god. Why can't I find thing? This is highly confusing. It should be here. Ah, yes, there it is.